Howdy, howdy, and meowdy. Happy Sunday, everyone. I hope you are having a good start to your day. I know I am. Nice, cozy Sunday. As prior shown, we are finally finishing A Realm Reborn today. That is the goal. There's 40 quests, 2 dungeons, 2 trials, and a solo instance. That'll be really fun. And we have this lovely new outfit to show off while we're doing so. Just zoom out a little. Boop, boop. And nice, cozy, comfortable, good looking. Everything you could want from an outfit. And it has a little pouch for my inhaler, which is perfect. So let us get into it with more Final Fantasy. The persistent attacks on our caravan seemed little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem to be sure, but a relatively minor one. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After apprising Minfilia of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, Panifer, pray join me in Whitebrim Front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of House Darendare have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. It is my hope that they have information which may help us to determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Drillmont should be eager to oblige us. I shall see you there then. Good. Okay, this is a nice, quick and easy quest turn in. I can fly through the door. There's a dude on a bike. What you gonna do? Splat. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn wish to join in the hunt for Iceheart. Your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We are all ears, Lord Dromont. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garbs appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, that self-same frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all but confirmed our suspicions. I have heard enough My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to Whitebrim Front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. It would be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Aymeric. And so it begins, my friend. Though I dare say it will prove an all too brief collaboration, Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtler means by which we can locate the heretic's lair. Mayhap Lord Drillmont has one in mind? Yes. Yes. Excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there is aught else you would have us do, pray speak and it shall be done. Well, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to pick up this. Ooh, bacon bread. I love me bacon. It seems as though we are always one step behind, our quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe the tables are about to turn, I must confess to having certain doubts. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yet yield the selfsame result. Fortunately, we're not without other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Guillaume? We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts, as has the question of what steps might be taken to prevent a similar breach of security in the future. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone in Whitebrim Front. As some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. If this man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause, he will have taken note of the movements of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves, and upon recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Jean Fromont in the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. When you meet with the heretic, do not interfere, simply watch and listen. I have seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which could endanger our plans. Let's go, we're being sneaky freaky. Sneaky freaky hours. Hey, hey! Where in the seven hells are you? I'm freezing my bollocks off out here. I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall? Why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. There's still duties to the, Bloody echo. Lower your voice or they'll hear us in a white broom front. Yes, of course. The temple notes are mumble mumble in Snowcloak. If this is what you bring me, we already knew about mumble mumble. Our comrades in Boulder Downs will use the tunnels, mumble mumble. Dead before they know what's happening, nevertheless, mumble mumble. If you waste my time again, is that clear? We should be very close to a dungeon. Specifically, Snowcloak. Pretty fun dungeon. And then we should be close to a trial after that. Need to go kick Shiva's butt. Well, did your investigation bear fruit? I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. Would that you could have heard their words more clearly. Yet, the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It would seem the heretics are aware of our operation and confident they can thwart it. Their comrades in Boulder Downs are key to their plans, which means it is key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. We have long suspected that the heretics use a network of secret tunnel. Heretics use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given what you overheard, I fear that Snowcloak may be riddled with such passageways and that the heretics in Boulder Downs are planning to use them to take our forces unawares. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to happen. A contingent of House Darendare Knights are on patrol in the area and I shall order them to begin searching for the heretics at once. But knowing nothing of our enemy's numbers or readiness, I cannot say for sure that they will be sufficient. It would put my mind at ease if you would consent to assist my knights with the search. I know they would take the courage from the presence of so storied a warrior. Pray, rendezvous with them at Boulder Downs. If Halone is kind, we may catch these heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy. No mercy? No problem. I'm always glad to partake in some blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Praise be corn. Big Chungus. Oh boy. You know what's poppin', sucker? You wanna bleed for me? Wanna bleed for Big Sister? Disintegrate? Cease your existence? unalive. I would greatly appreciate you unaliving. Zan. Perish. 4 knights, but yo, this chump dropped something. Ga. My knights sent no word of your coming. Pennifer, what has happened? What is that in your hand? By the Fury. Those were veterans with years of service. And now they lie dead in the snow. Their bodies must be recovered and... No, no, we have not the men to spare. Not now. Not while Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics you dispatched were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I'll wager they are on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems the traitor you followed managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you've recovered is a timetable of the guardsmen's watches at our outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed there long before he aroused our suspicions. Would that we had caught him sooner. With this information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels at the mutiny and prepare their ambush. The timetable has not changed. See, of course it will be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. House Darendare must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the Stone Vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. I do. Send me in, boss. Send me in. Send me in, Haunch. I'll kick their butts. Put me in, coach. Time is of the essence, Pennifer. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies in Snowcloak unawares. Superior training and equipment will avail them not if they are cut down ere their swords are drawn. But all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there may still be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir Aymeric everything we have discovered. You've got it, coach. still don't like you. Hennifer, this is a welcome surprise, perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we have yet to uncover any hidden... You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now that we have confirmation, I shall place my knights on high alert. Has Commander Olivier been informed? The Braves must be made aware. It must be here. I am certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? 'Tis but a pity this discovery comes when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it. This is all wrong. Iceheart has us scrambling to save our own skins when we should rightly be straining every sinew to find her and stop this damnable summoning. There she is. Whoa. Ayo, Ida. That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, Ida. There will be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. Commander Levier. There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we have secured the entrances to some half-dozen tunnels after spotting the enemy breaking the surface. But that is not all, sir. We think that one of them may be important. Certainly, the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it. Aha! Just as I suspected. Amongst this warren of tunnels lies its entrance to Iceheart's lair. Some of the others were going in. A moment, Alphino. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. Cannot say with any certainty where it leads, much less what is waiting for us there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we enter the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers would be more a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. Ahem. A change of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Aimric and keep the heretics at bay here, you will go... Okay, Mr. Demandy Pants. If you find Iceheart at the end of it, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown, so see that you're prepared for anything. I suggest that you call upon blah 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 blah. Mr. Demands a lot. Not asking me if I want to do it, but telling me. Onward to Snowcloak. We are not even half an hour of gameplay in and we're already heading to the first dungeon. Let's go. Hua, hua. Well, while I'm waiting on this, I do need to go check my jumbo cactpot tickets and see if I won anything. So let's go gambling. Now is as good a time as any as to go do a little bit of gambling. We can start our gambling with the mini cactpot. Maybe win some money, because I do want to buy some emotes. We get 28. Emotes are going to cost a lot more. One that's nice. I'll take the 9. That's probably the best I'm getting. That would have been 16. That would have been 16, which is 72. That's 15. That's only 180. That's 15. That's 14. That's 23. 22. That's also not worth much. Uh, 19. I'll take 180. That's 10. Garbage. Let's just hope we won big on the jumbo. Because I only have 28,000. That's probably not nearly enough. Dang it. Well, at least you get pretty much 1,000 more than whatever you paid in your tickets. Which is nice consolation. Always free money. And so we go again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lucky number. Okay, we have 31,000. Let's see what we can buy. Hopefully an emote. Okay, this one is music and housing items. This one is minions, mounts, emotes, and cosmetics. Seriously, 80,000? That's cringe. That's cringe, chat. That is so cringe. It's going to take me forever to get that much. That's also kind of cringe. I'll visit my retainer and dump some stuff onto them. Have that and that. Probably get something made out of that. Okay, hopefully Snowcloak pops soon. I want to spend all day waiting. Well, I do have my I think I have the challenge log unlocked. Oh, that's not it. Yeah, I do. I could do Gold Saucer challenge stuff. Mini games or money in mini games. I will do gates off stream because. Oh no, that's not the one I like. This one. Do love me some Crystal Tower Striker. Wabam! Your girl is cracked, tap this. Wabam! Let's go. Oh, and Snowcloak popped perfect. Let's go, dungeon time, we gotta fight and stuff. In the cold, cause it's freaking snow. The music here is so relaxing. If I wasn't sipping on an energy drink, I might fall asleep. Let's see, 2 potatoes, a human, and a lizard. Let's go. Wah! Black Mage, Scholar, Goonbreaker. Need Samurai. Samurai Jack. Foolish Samurai Warrior. Qua. 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 Okay, Mr. Black Mage, Mr. Legend. You probably shouldn't run ahead of Tank. Running ahead of the tank is a good way to get killed. sticker. What? Get dunked on, bear. Tiny key for a very big gate. On game, give me my stickers. Wandel. Push in. Whop. Wha-bam. Whop. Goob don't know you, little bro. Ew, they're sneezing, they're getting goo-goo snot everywhere. Brody. So grody. Qua. 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 Yet you don't know you little bro. Hua, hua, ya, hua. Wacha! Gotta go back to the past, Samurai Jack. Gotta go back to the past, Samurai Cat. Wacha! Ooh, that's going to sting! Oh, I avoided that somehow. Hua! Hua! Tumblr? I hardly know her. Hiya! Hiya! Hua! Snowclouds don't know you, little bro. Nice try, sucker. Not going to transform. Open the Nyor. Open the Nyor. Ayo, doggo, he who pupper. Rusty ice doggo. Whatcha? Have balls, Tang. I respect that. I'm gonna put out on you so you don't hurt the tank too much. Shumpazoid. Ouch. Oopsie. Skip that, cause that's just upper dying. Oh good, someone's left. I'm gonna calm.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light. Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am. I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart. This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost.
Dragon these nuts.
In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
That took longer than I expected. What news, Pennifer? So Iceheart is but a pseudonym. Not that it matters. That you managed to escape is regrettable but from your description of that beast you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you have cleared a path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhap they will even find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for their fight against the heretics? The Crystal Braves would certainly share the credit for it too. To all be praised, Pennifer, we may yet turn the situation to our advantage. Assuming we stop Ishar before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Scions have not been idle. Infilia and Urianger have been busy perusing the archives of House Fortam, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you are intending to trudge back to Dragonhead to report on the day's events, don't. The antecedent should be here any minute. I can only assume some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold. Well, I sure don't. Antecedent. You come to us straight from the archives of House Tom. I trust your time there proved fruitful. Would that it had. Urianger and I scoured countless texts, but what we found was of questionable veracity. Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. She lay down with the dragon, the gravest of all sins, according to the Ishgardian faith. Yet, in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, this was a holy act, the blessed union of man and dragon. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question. Suffice it to say, I very much doubt that we will find a useful answer in the archives of House Tom. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, though in this case, one wonders if it is by circumstance or design. You said that Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Viewed without prejudice, most would agree that bringing an end to an endless war serves the greater good. I think Sir Aymeric might take issue with her methods. I do not care if a few stragglers manage to escape until the sappers confirm that the tunnel is safe. The men are not to search it. Yes, Lord Commander. You pursue your foes with less zeal than I had expected, Sir Aymeric. Lest you understand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. I merely meant, you being a man of faith, that I expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of Halone that your ancestors came to this land? Why they took up arms against the Dravanians? What would they have done in your position, I wonder? There are those who believe that faith is a renunciation of free will, that unquestioning devotion is required of all who will live a life in service to the Fury. Such righteous fervor may well serve a knight on the front line, less so a leader of men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies. But I would not presume to speak for the Knights of Eld. 'Twas a different time, nay, a different era, and scripture tells us only so much. Would that it told us more. That man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trade at the negotiating table, to be sure, less so when one's enemies are making ready to harness the power of a god. Mayhap he does not truly believe that Iceheart's plan can succeed. Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. Shiva was real, a living, breathing woman, of that there can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure to have been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being Good King Mogglemaw the 12th. Good King Mogglemaw, Good King Mog. The myth made manifest in response to the fervent supplications of the Moggles Guard. Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts at war with the mighty nation who yearn for the resurrection of the one who embodies their beliefs. If that is not placing one's faith in a higher power, then what is? Crystals and conviction, Minfilia. They have them both in abundance. Can that truly be all that is required? My survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the Aetheryte Ashheart used to escape. They believe she teleported to another Aetheryte somewhere not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of the second Aetheryte, however, they have been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Unless Aetheryte has some means to mask its signal, I can only presume she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternate route, most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let us not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Charlayan may be able to assist us. I pray that you are right. I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. While Minfilia looks into our Aetheryte problem, I would like to request your assistance with another matter. The third unit is currently tracking the remnants of the heretic force within which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly despite our numbers. Kurthus is vast and Iceheart's followers know the terrain far better than we. Your knowledge of this region may serve to hasten the process. The sooner we capture Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for their leader's whereabouts. Also, though it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of veterans, we also have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom look up to you in case you were not aware. Good, I knew you would understand. You, Hase, can apprise you of the details. When the task is complete, come and find me at the observatorium. Captain Ilbert and I are meeting there to discuss the latest developments in his investigation. The Temple Knights shall hold Snowcloak in our absence. Let us leave them to their work, ours is more pressing. There you are, Pennifer. Commander Leveille instructed me to wait for you. Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. Most of the Third hail from Ul'dah, and for a man accustomed to the feel of sand beneath his boots, the crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. But to the matter at hand, nary a moment ago, I received the word that the heretics we seek have been spotted making for Danafin Pass. My braves are already in pursuit, and I should be grateful if you would join them. I myself shall be taking part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I do not earn my coin. Hail, the fresh Prince of Bel Air. Scion, what are you doing here? The heretics? I'm not sure. There's the Great Scout Beast and Yuyahase. I think he went east on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too. Hua, hua, ya. How embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heretics' tracks that I almost failed to notice they had doubled back. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. I thought myself alone, so I started searching the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest, and lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less to the observatorium, give the signal and wait. The merchant will be watching. Be late and be left for dead. Speaks for itself, does it not? They can't possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to the surrounding areas. Let me rephrase that. You should restrict yours. Of course it's getting delegated to me, because you guys are lazy sacks of crap. You don't want to do a little bit of work? Just because you sprained your ankle? I am through listening to your excuses. We leave now. Now, the woods are crawling with those bluecoats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. And then there's me. Well, stay with Hertz then, if you think you'll fare any better. Now, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland, sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Yet your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it has drunk steep. No, I have done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will, we shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Dang it all. Fancy meeting you here, Panaher. I presume your work with the Third brought you hither? What a tangled web. Lest you wonder, we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who has been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favorite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Yugiri and her shinobi, we might never have discovered this connection. Master Alphino is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for this spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills. Oh, is this taken now? Are we busting out our very particular set of skills? Skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete. That is a most generous offer, Lady Yugiri, and one which I gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far, and shall always be watching. A comforting thought. Come, Pennifer, let us wait inside for Captain Ilbert to return and deliver his report. Okay, let's see, how much image do we have? It's 1, 2, 5 quests into a trial. 6, 7, 8, 9. 17. 33 quests. 2 trials and a dungeon, and a solo instance. And we've been at it for about an hour now. We're making very good progress. Because a lot of these quests will just be like shorter tidbits. Captain Ilbert seemed confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it'll bring us any closer to learning the IV's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase. The gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. Bum, 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 bum. Captain Ilbert, your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us not that we didn't already know of Shiva. We have since handed him over to the Ishgardite authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the IV, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquire their information on the shipment routes. Go on. You will recall the flame we first identified as being in the IV's employ. From him we were able to trace the trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary step of detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Revenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, particulars of which he would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring that needs do not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Fortam. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. None other. With a little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that is one mystery solved. But what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to prying off his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit has forced him, or her, you know, the Ivy could be a her. Girls are just as capable of being evil. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider then that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say that the agent is among Raubon's innermost circle? Someone who has been with him since the Immortal Flames' establishment? 'Tis the most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, with the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. To slip into a position of authority unremarked and remain above suspicion all these years. Welcome in, VA Sorceress. Both Limsa and Gridania had long-standing armed forces that lent themselves well to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people. Loyal ones, mind, under the same leadership, only the banner was different. Not so the Flames. Ul'dah's military was made up of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Raubon faced when founding the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he had convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed, and given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier then than now, aye. The Immortal Flames have ever been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private. Though the monetarists ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding, it was not out of charity that they did so, but simple self-preservation. So much talking. Had Nael Van Darnas's ambitions been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure that they would have never risked supplying Raubon with an army. 'Tis but a wonder that they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Even as we speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, any one of whom could be the IV. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees are eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Very good. Pray continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the unrest, the third can join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. If they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in the like manner to the other primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander. I shall send word to Sir Aymeric informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' abettors. Hopefully, the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians. It is time, Commander. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Garlemald, it would seem. I would have you accompany me, Pennifer, as the realm's stoutest champion. 'Tis only meet that you be present for the discussion. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent, thus do worry. Oh boy, a cutscene that'll have people talking, not me. Good. Like me, you're doubtless eager to conclude her business with Iceheart, but until another path to her sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. Minfilia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route until such time as they succeed. I suggest we give some thought to the realm's other problems. I am so glad I am taking at least a week's break from this game once I finish today. This week, nothing but Doom, and Minecraft. Games where I don't have to talk a lot. Especially Doom. Who needs talking when you can just rip and tear until it is done? Rip and tear. Rip and tear. have no clue how long of a game Doom Eternal is. So we have 2 streams planned this week of that. If it takes longer than 2 streams, then I'll play some more next week. But it will be fun. A violent, bloody mess of a game. A very good game. My thanks for coming, Pennifer. When you are ready, speak with the conjurer yonder. She will show us to the lotus stand. I can speak. I swear I can speak. Please let this cutscene be voiced.
Change has come to the
Thank
Garlean Empire,
12.
and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor. Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him. 'Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the
What
power
a
to assert them.
stupid-looking
High
hat.
Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military
Is
leader.
that supposed to be a
Not
crown?
so his uncle.
Does that crown look stupid? It's got a little dragon on it, I
young
think.
Varus
It's so
has torn the
stupid.
crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
You call that young? Man looks like a tired old fart.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new Emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
It will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being of one purpose, despite their protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of a resurgent Garlemald was not enough to stir them, and the reason for this, deep-rooted mistrust among the citizenry. The nation's leaders can come to all the understandings they like, but their unity means little unless to the common folk. Take the Laminsons, for instance. Though Admiral Merlwyn outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a haven of grass-swirling, wooden-legged cutthroats. And likewise, the Gridanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Uldans scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Take that pillar of Uldan society, Teleji Adeleji, for example. But that is beside the point. The fact is that people are wary of outsiders whether they have cause to be or not. On that basis, one could argue that the conflict at Carcino is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega in order to placate them. We present them something resembling warfare and thereby curb their appetite for full-scale conflict. But enough idle musing, let us speak of a more pressing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke at the Observatorium, Captain Ilbert has further shortened his list of suspects, and by a happy coincidence, the one he deems the most likely candidate is lately come to Gridania. The hunt nears its end, Pennifer. All that remains is to corner our quarry. Seek out Ilbert near the Adder's Nest, he will give you the particulars. Oh good, I get to do something interesting. But of course I'm also being demanded to go do something interesting because Alphino is being a prick. Is not asking me, can you go do this? Can you please go do this? Like, no, go do this. Blah 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 blah. Alphino is a real prick currently. Thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you, but we have unmasked the Ivy. This point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. Okie dokie. Listen well. The spy we have been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Eileen Ray, Raubon's second in command. Prior to joining the Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with the polearm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course. When he informed the Ground Company, welcome in, thank you for the follow, Zumi. When he formed the Grand Company, Raubon chose people based on their worth, once they hailed was of no interest. The Monitors saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserve the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. And 'twas no secret that they did not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the Alliance. Yet the Monitors did not raise so much as a murmur of protest when Rey was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the Monitarists? But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Of foremost interest to us is Royer's presence here now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General. While Raubon attended the Council of Alliance Leaders, she should have remained in the Hall of the Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless, on some pretense. She is up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames records for evidence for Royer's guild, but if we can catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, and the docks, every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Yeah, sure. At least you're asking nicely. Alphino's being a jerk. You have my thanks. Let us go then and take care not to alert a quarry. Yeah, at least you're asking me nicely, Ilbert. Alphino's demanding I go do things. Yeah, like 30 quests, 2 trials, a dungeon, a solo instance. We've got a lot of fighting to go. It is gonna be good. And things are gonna get really spicy. Rye is headed in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate with me. So Rey has entered the Carline canopy, meeting someone perchance, or could it be she means to board an airship? Okay, look for her. Oh, she's not up, then she's down. Down all around. Back it up, flip it, and reverse it. Such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? Social visit, you say? How pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger and none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. Okay, this is a quicker quest. Good. Nice and quick and speedy. We've been at it for an hour and a half-ish now. But we could easily knock out 30 quests, some trials, dungeons, and whatnot in 3 to 4 hours more. Easy peasy. Nowhere to be seen, you say, and you are sure she did not board an airship. She did not come back out either. Where in the 7 hells could she have gone? The roost, how could I forget? Greetings, good sir. Might I interest you in some Muntui tonic? A cup a day imbues the man of great vigor, if you take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait, that necklace, you are a shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left the Gridania by way of West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadows. Let's go, ninja friends. Love me, my ninja friends. Thank the 12 for the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Rye would have disappeared without a trace. Heckin' awesome ninja friends. Love me some shinobi. In flagrante delicto. Okay, East Shroud. Dooby-doo. Okay, I'll just take the ferry, cause... Here we go. Let's see, how many quests until spicy trial time? Oh, 2 more, so not the next quest, but the quest after. We get to go fight. Fight, 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 kiss, 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 stab, 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 bleed, bleed, bleed. Blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. Oh hey, you Gary. Friend. Ninja-shaped friend. Your quarry makes for the Hawthorne Hut. If Raye is truly the one we seek, we expect that she means to make contact with the Garlean masters there. An explanation is in order. You are no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own method of communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friends at Garland Ironworks have provided us with devices which disrupt these communications, and we have installed them across the city-states. In doing so, we have made it difficult for the Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Raye thus would have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contacts directly. Yet, as a well-known face in the Immortal Flames, she cannot move about Danalan without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. 'Tis for this reason, I believe, that she has chosen the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The Elazin are a common sight here, and her comings and goings are not like to turn any heads. As my scouts tell it, the Garlings have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. This is it. We need to only make Hawthorne's hut and catch Raye in the act. And before I do that, for all those who have shortly arrived, I will show off the new outfit that I debuted literally right now. Boop, boop, boop. Nice, comfy, cozy outfit, short sleeves, shows off more of the bandages, more scars and everything. And it even has a nice little bag for my inhaler. Now I am ready to wheeze on the go wherever I'm at. Okay, let's get at it. Yeah, I've only been streaming for a little over 2 months now, and I already have 4 outfits. I'm kind of really happy with that. I'll probably get a Christmas Happy Chrysler outfit for next month. Then I'll get a spring appropriate one for when springtime comes around again. Maybe a swimsuit for summer. Thankfully, VR chat outfits aren't super expensive, and it's easy to fit them onto this model since it is my VR chat avatar that I use. Okay. My people report that our quarry has departed for the Bramble Patch. Ivy returns to the Gnaros when she came, but perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing, we will require danging evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Garlean masters? My countrymen and I shall lie in wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends. Let's go, we're being sneaky breaky. Just beyond, Roye is in conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer. An imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it. With me. Again, the game looks so good with the graphics update. Especially with this just being A Realm Reborn still. Flame Marshal Eileen Raye, you are under arrest for treason and espionage. You were followed, you bloody fool. Ha ha ha, you cannot escape the ninja. Ninjas, lots of ninjas, super cool ninja friends. You are unarmed, my lady, and scarcely garbed for battle, but if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What is the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling in the Twelveswood? When last I looked, that was no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers. You would feign ignorance, then? Very well. If you do think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. I will offer you no struggle. After all, I have naught to hide. Stomp, 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 stomp. Even a warrior of Raye's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhaps then the people of Ul'dah will have the grand company they deserve, but let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what would you do now? I'm gonna go kick Shiva's butt. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. The art of the shinobi? I mean, yeah, I might become a ninja eventually. Ninja looks cool, and I get to Naruto run whenever I sprint. Dr. Bio! Leave it! Naruto, believe it. We turn this in. 2 quests, and then we get to go beat some people up. Or one person up, specifically. We get to play in the snow some more. It is rightfully around that time of year when playing in the snow is welcome. And I do hope I get some snow where I'm at. Snow's nice. Getting to just relax in the morning with a mug of coffee, watching the snow. You know, bundled up in from the cold. Welcome back, Panifer. I understand that Alphino had a task for you. May I ask what it was? Charges of treason and espionage against Elaine Royer? I can scarce believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No, it avails us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust to the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I am pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Hooray! Ayo, Simple Plan. Great band, great music. I love me some Simple Plan. How could that happen to me? As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetheryte in the depths of Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west, most likely to a sanctuary of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva using the crystal she stole from the House for Tom caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint, but if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes, it seems likely that the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped, and stop them we shall. But first, we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Aesonet and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we have been able to ascertain the position of the Aetheryte to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetheryte upon arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Urianger, we have concluded that we lacked expertise to develop a solution. Which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise. A colleague of ours, who is currently en route to Revenant's Toll from Charlayan. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Let's go! I know who it's gonna be! I know who it's gonna be! I know who it's gonna be! And I cannot wait. Oh, it's the girl. The girl has arrived.
Minfilia, am I right?
Mooney!
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Tome,
Hooray,
and thank
Mooney's
you for traveling
here.
so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
I love Moonbreeder. Mooney has arrived,
Moonbreeder is an
hooray!
accomplished Sharlayan scholar and an authority on aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our
Today's a
search
good
for a means to
day.
capture
Mooney's
Ascian
here
souls.
to help.
Charmed, I'm sure.
We're very charmed. More charmed than words can express, honestly. Let us return to the Rising Stones at once. We have much to discuss. Ayo, quick and easy quest turn in. And Mooney's here. Mooney is here. Today is a good day. In this stream, we love our girl Mooney. Mooney is gonna help us kick some butt.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Sharlayan to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits. And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Get hugged on, nerd!
Urianger, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
No. Get hugged, nerd. Squeezed.
I come all
Get
this
loved
way,
on,
and
nerd.
that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Oh, whoa. Urianger, you dog.
Go on.
Let's go.
Thine artless attempts to
Urianger,
misrepresent
you
mine
sly
all too
dog.
innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it, then, your missing aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Yeah, nice. Smart words. Sounds interesting. Sounds working.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry
I'm not
riverbed.
going to pretend I
Though,
understand
correct me
any
if
of it,
I'm
but it
wrong,
sounds logical.
But would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
Nah, trust in Mooney. She knows what she's talking about.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have wide aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
Yeah, let's go, Mooney.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
That's the spirit. I like me a little gamble. Nice risky little gamble. I have already informed Alpino of her plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Moonbreeder described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. He also said that he wished to meet you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you there when you arrive. Let's go, it's time to go fight Shiva. Gonna go stab a chick in the cold, make her bleed on the snow. And what better way to get through the snow than on a fluffy, wuffy little doggo? Okay, I wouldn't call it little. It's big enough to carry me, and it's probably as big as I am. Or close enough anyways. It is a good heckin' pupper. A very good Shiba. Shibas are great dogs. Whoosh. Good to see you, Pennifer. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sends his regards, blah 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 blah. I trust that, by which I mean to say ahem, the others are waiting for us at the 8th ride after you, Scion. Okay. Please let this one be voiced. There, it's ready. It worked, I think. Try attuning to the 8th right now. Feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. We have done all we can, Pennifer. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If, by the grace of the 12, you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. I'm down for a fight. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual, and if she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of the saint, I cannot say your own strength will suffice, and so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Blah blah blah, blah blah, blah 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 blah. You talk a lot, Alphino. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat, yet in our hour of need, it is not her knight to stand poised to defend her. Pennifer Rose, the warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish end, you wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Halone bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. Ak Afa Amphitheater. Let's go. I'm just gonna walk on over to Mooney and chill with her. Me, Mooney, and Mudang. Okay, so while this queue goes, let's see how many quest goals we have left. So after this, it's one, two, next patch is 8. That after that's 16, so that's 24. 28 after this. Nice and easy. This 4 more regenerative this patch. And then we will be on to the final 2 patches of post A Realm Reborn. Spicy stuff. But it should go somewhat quickly until the final quest and final cutscene. And I fully expect the final cutscene to take at least half an hour. It usually does. But it is voiced. It is, so thankfully, a long voiced cutscene, so I don't have to speak. And I am so glad. Aww. I would have loved to have you join us, Mooney. It would have been fun to fight alongside you. Moodang! Moodang! Oh right, I do have 2 Fantasias, because there's the one from Post and then the one for that quest. But I don't think I'm going to use them anytime soon, because I like how my girl looks. Happy being a tiny, runty little lizard with a small bust. Don't need to be big, don't need tickle bitties. Small is might, and I am small. I have food that I should eat. I should. Actually, that's not the worst. It's got some stats on it. That's tank food. That's healing food. That's gatherer food, and that's crafter food. Okay, I have a lot of useless food. I'll have some raptor stew. Nom 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 yum. Spooky. God, the Shiva fight has such good music. So can't wait to get in. And here we go. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-bum.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace.
Yeah, by summoning a primal.
A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down.
Try.
We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light.
Hey yo, we JoJo posing.
Your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Okay, so she wasn't summoning a primal, she's turning herself into a primal. Hey yo, game, I can't show that on stream. Twitch don't approve the hips. Well, it's game character. Twitch gets to deal with the hips. They're not my hips. Shiva's hips. Bam, ba, ba, bam. Watcha! Oh, that summoner got completely clowned on by the tank buster. That's unfortunate. They are not a tank and they have been busted. That makes me feel good. Red mage, you probably should stand in front of that. Phase 2 music go. Staring at death, I take a breath, there's nothing left. Snow falls all around me. Get clowned on, Shiva, you chump. And so, man, you left before I could give you a calm. Lame. But we have done the thing. We have clowned on the Shiva.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool.
You wanna go again?
You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause.
Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah.
You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the keeper of the lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift. Hear, feel, think.
Oh, it's you again.
And so the vessel withdraws. A predictable outcome.
God, what is that a voice? I hate your voice.
Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased.
Your voice sucks.
How unfortunate.
How unfortunate. You sound like a turbo nerd. By the 12th, you're alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Iceheart did what? And you're certain about that, are you? Travanians are skilled with glamours, after all. If you say that's what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a promo being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No, fair enough, I was only asking. And the concern is appreciated, Mike Mooney. If you ask me, there's not to be gained from monologue over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the Rising Stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. But before that, you had best pay a visit to White Firm Friend and speak with Alphino. He's probably worried sick about you. I doubt he's worried about me. He's never worried about anything other than his grand plot, his company of heroes. Whatever. After he be concerned about me, he's happy to demand that I go and do stuff. Driving up the stairs, driving up the stairs. There she is, and none the worse for wear. Was there ever any doubt that the warrior light would succeed? I think I speak for us all when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you would be so kind. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent further loss of life, an outcome worthy of celebration. And one for which we have Pennifer to thank. Yes, you are right, of course, Sir Aymeric. We should be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there is the manner of Ice Heart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Drillmont, is the caravan ready? The supplies your men recovered have been prepared for transport in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies the heretics stole from the House Fortomp caravan? Less the crystals which comprise the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. On an unrelated note, Pennifer, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? Just out for my benefit, a certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I am told. Harshfont, my boy, let's go! Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways, pray do not think less of him. Oh, but I think more highly of him that he was concerned. Alphino wasn't concerned, but Harshfont was. What were you thinking, Pennifer? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair? knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway. And then, engaging the abomination in mortal combat? By the fury, 'tis the stuff of ballads, a battle for the ages. Would that I had been there to fight by your side. Yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of a dear friend for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you are here now, and that is what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Aimrig wished to have words with you, Master Alphino, in private. He awaits us in the intercessory. Let me in. Open your...
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We too have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgardsormr could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's Toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
as we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind?
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends at the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reprisal of the primal threat and our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications if word of this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Garlean Empire believes that primals are an insufferable menace, that their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any act taken against the beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then if it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Eos that could summon primals, but her civilized peoples as well. Any lingering objections to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could well find ourselves facing the combined might of all Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, sure. Oh good, a nice quick little turn in. I'll accept the quick quest turn in. Two quests after this, and then we are finally on the two final major patches of this, which will be 24 quests. I did the hard primal fights already. I did the Crystal Tower, which was long, so we can literally finish A Realm Reborn today. We well, I took care of all the prerequisites beforehand. We'll finish. It probably takes maybe 3 more hours at most. 'Cause I know the final major cutscene of Post A Realm Reborn is a chunky one, but it's also a good one. And a lot of these quests should be a bit shorter. You know, we got a dungeon, a trial, a solo instance.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogglmog the 12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not, but full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think. Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
I mean to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgard Stormer. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few. Do you hear that? The commotion outside. Would you see if aught is amiss? Sure. I don't mind investigating. Taking a peeky peek at whatever is going on. This world to your own hand, we have a problem. Rael has escaped. It happened shortly after the immortal flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards, just claimed she received inside help. Citizens report seeking Rael quitting the city via the Gate of Nald with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castrum Meridianum, I am certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Okay, I'm gonna go chase her down and kick her sorry butt. I'm down. What is a woman to the slayer of primals? Nothing but fodder. Why, thanks for coming, Scion. I've spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Brea walked through the camp not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through, didn't I, monsieur? We have Raubon's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her, and so here we are. Brea must not be allowed to reach Castrum Meridianum. Oh boy, a fight. Down. Let's put on the smug face. This wretch was with Brea. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when he cut him down, not even when he started screaming, no loyalty even to her own, the god's danged harpy. The tomb, hop to us, spit on that thing. With me, Scion, we almost have her. Bonsai. I'll deal with you first, because you're going to make this annoying. Yeah, nice try, sucker. No healing for you. Watcha! Watcha! Hỏa. spiky treatment, sucker. That's right, fight, chump. Yay, Yugiri's here, let's go! Now we're cooking. Let's go get dunked on, Elaine, you sucker. Bind her and do it tight. Good work, men. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, our respected officer of the Immortal Flames, people looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low. What would you know of low? You, a spoiled little lordling who has never known any want. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it's your God's given right to rule over others. You know not our plight, the injustice that we lowborn Ishgardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to do to survive, stealing, killing, even... Ew. It is no fault of mine if fools imagined me a paragon when I joined the Flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Raubon himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we had been dealt and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? It's true that we were both mercenaries of lowly birth, and 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it's that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. That's some foreshadowing, eh? But enough talk, you will return to Ul'dah to face justice and the people whose stress you have dragged through the gutter. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Raubon chose his. I don't think Raubon made any mistakes, it's just... Raubon's a good person.
I've heard. Truly bothersome business.
Oh, it's you.
No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Raubon. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace.
What are you doing, you little rat?
Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little sultana to the last.
Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to Raubon, and that shall be the end of it. Turn to the Rising Stones. Okay, sure. I don't mind going back. Quest turn in. Let's go. Nice, quick, and easy. And maybe another voiced cutscene. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of delightfully voiced cutscenes in the next few hours. Good. This game already has me doing so much talking. Having a bit of a break from it will be a good thing. And part of the reason for that break is that Tuesday is at 7.1, and I don't want to try doing MSQ when the game's gonna be packed with people doing raids and other stuff.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say. Together with Robon,
That's how her last name's
Alina lent
pronounced?
us much
Ryu?
needed aid at the time of our order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Asians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
Yeah, go Moony, go!
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Asian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Asian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Asian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Asians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. we must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Heidelin did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white auricite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
'Twould seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the aura site. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Yeah, go help Mooney.
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
Let's go. Mooney and Urianger road trip.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the Media Project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
I still can't believe her name is freaking pronounced
And the
Huayu.
ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varys Osgalvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
7 hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monetarist scum. Your crimes will not go unpunished. Tayum, purge this land of your sickness before the eyes of the 12. I swear it.
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartiner Reclamation Bill, Taleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the immortal flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Ul'dah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the immortal flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Rauban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Rauban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Onward to the final 2 patches, 24 quests. A dungeon, a trial, a solo instance. We are so very close to Heavensward. I am most eager to address the Asian threat, however we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Septon. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget, antecedent, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Pennifer, in particular, is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was the Guardian agents. Suffice it to say, Teleji Adeleji and his monitors the Ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with the ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Rawan needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If I am to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be for the best if I were to remain in Ul'dah unless you have an objection. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Moonbreeder's research is proceeding as planned. So she tells me, though I am not familiar with the details. Rienje is poring over his tomes of the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal-bladed will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. Pennifer, while we focus on that task, mayhap you could assist Alphino and his braves with theirs. It would do much to restore faith in the Immortal Flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Not that your response is ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Riol's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others always kept secret, and so I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Ul'dah riots. When you are finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Pleasure as always, Pennifer. You will be escorting the commander to Ul'dah, I take it? Actually, I had another task in mind for her. If she would be so kind as to repeat your report for her benefit? Right then. Me and mine have been making inquiries into the source of the weapons, but found their ways into refugee hands a ways back. So happens, we caught wind of something promising. A rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black marketeer holed up near Highbridge. I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this transaction to remain secret. Brings to mind the merchant who had caught an arrow while talking to Panaher, don't it? Generous fellow, he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, it might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you? And it is settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at Highbridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Okay, gonna head there, and while I'm teleporting there, I'm gonna BRB to grab my inhaler, because I need a puff off of it. That's much better. Welcome in, Alistair. Welcome, welcome. We are so very near the end of post A Realm Reborn. The final 24 quests. 1 trial, 1 dungeon, 1 solo instance. It's gonna be spicy. Being asthmatic does not make for good streaming sometimes. Panafer. My scouts have been keeping a close eye on the Black Marketeer, and it would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs have no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a woman of your standing, and Commander Levier needn't have dispatched you hither. Powerful men have every need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, 'tis only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Or I pick that up. Let us equip a little prop. Where is it in the list? That's it on top. Get bigger, and then there we go. Now we have a Sharky friend. Let's move it down a little. There we go, much better. Now then, we should make for the Burning Wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients do not escape, with me, Panafer. Vanguard, let's go fight. I'm glad that there's going to be quite a few voice cutscenes, especially the final one. And I'm really glad I'm taking a break from this for a bit after I finish streaming this game, because this really does tire me out with all this talking. A game like this is not the best streaming content for an asthmatic person like me. I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past, catch the black marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let us be off. Good luck, my friend. Yeah, at least tomorrow's stream, I'm playing Doom Eternal, and that doesn't really require me to talk all that much. I can rip and tear in peace without tiring myself out. Wah, wah. Aya. Cha. Samurai. I am Mighty Tiger. This little bit's not super interesting right now, but it's gonna get more interesting very soon. Cha. Oh, I have all three. Okay. Yeah. Wha-bam. I'm just glad I'm finally so very close to affiliate. A few more decently sized streams and I will be there. I will have finally hit my main goal. And then I can use channel points for silly things. I don't understand. What's this all about? I don't know what to make of that sound. Well... As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out, but before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked and this is the result. Foolish of me to underestimate the B-Starred and to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Olivier will be most disappointed. Dang it all, a golden opportunity wasted. As for the clients, though we not know how, they slipped past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking a party of dusk white sellswords we suspected may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the Immortal Flames or the Brass Blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. They're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons, yet even that accomplishment is lacking, for the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. Wait, switch. Let's see. Next quest goal on the agenda. Okay, so the quest after this is a dungeon, then it's 1, 2, 3 quests to a trial. Making very good progress. And this one's a short quest, I think. I will join the first in their hunt. If the gods are good, we will catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask you to deliver these weapons to Ul'dah in my stead. Entrust him to the third Yuhase, he will take care of the rest. dungeon, trial, solo instance, and then one very, very long and very spicy cutscene to end A Realm Reborn. Or post A Realm Reborn specifically. And then the next time I stream, we will finally be in Heavensward, the first expansion. Actual good content. Very, very good content, in fact. I do so love Heavensward. We will get to spend more time with our boy, best boy Harshvant. No, I don't think I go up. Yes, I know the thing strip is above. I still don't like you, Yu Hase. What brings me here today? This box. Box, what's in the box? Box, rocks, clock, socks, feller, and then jocks. A gift of weapons for a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilbert, you say? Once we catalog the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Royal stated with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. A blazing falsehood. Clearly, Royal is unfamiliar with the ways of Ul'dan merchants who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. It's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There will be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the Cerulean processing plant. Time for the Fourth to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, alien, with freedom of all. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the Immortal Flames will hear of your contribution until we meet again. Pennifer, a word if it please ye. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time, don't you worry. Bum 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 bum. Yeah. Thanks for indulging me request. Few places better than a market for privacy. All the hustle and the bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Burning Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything, leave no detail out. That's not quite how the first told it. These dusk whites they were chasing, latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw them yourself, not before the fight and started and not after. Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boast. Our information was reliable, god dang it. I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's books or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days the money flows like water, and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend, I've a lot on me mind these days, and I appreciate you lending an ear. Right then, best get back to it. Ring ring, hello? Oh boy, urgent request at the Rising Stones. Every quest completed is another quest down on the list to be counted off. Burb. Bum, bam. Okay, Tataru, what is so urgent you needed me? Thank you for coming so quickly, Pennifer. We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you, a most, determined lady by all indications. Our guest is of the antecedent into solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer. Well, well, welly, well, well, who is this guest? Lucia, my girl, let's go. Okay, wait, did Tataru say Ishgard or Charlene?
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to
Ishgard,
speak
okay,
with
yeah.
you.
Lucia, let's go. And it's voiced.
I believe the two of you have met.
Milady, tips Fedora, tips over, tips cows. And she'd
We
sword,
have.
bow.
I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm.
Sound the alarm.
Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers.
Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno.
Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgardsormr himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragonstar portends, the great worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Oh, no sign of life. Have you climbed up the Great Worm and checked?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgardsormr had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard Sorma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept? We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
Dungeon time.
To prepare
Gonna
for
go
what,
climb
pray
up a
tell?
dragon.
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Beacon has been lit. Gondor calls for aid, and Rohan shall answer. Welcome in, Celestial. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a good day. I hope everyone else watching is having a good day. Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Urianger stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius van Baelsar attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Midgard Sormer, legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. And what would later become known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging the Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's Cerulean engines failed and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. That same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing aether for miles around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Americ's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over Keeper of the Lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There's much to be done and precious little time to do it. Okay, good. We get some action now. Time for a dungeon. Time for a dungeon. We are on... After this quest, there will be 20 left. The final 20. We are slowly approaching the end. And not even 4 hours in yet, so good. I'll gladly stream to 6-7 hours if it need be. But it shouldn't take more than maybe 6 at most, because I know there's going to be a lot of cutscenes and shorter quests. But at least these last 20 quests are interesting. Less of the boring, trite, bad accompanying most of A Realm Reborn, and more of the interesting stuff. You're in luck, miss. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late, I've seen small airships, likely from Casham Sentry, come and go from the Keeper of the Lake. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Casham supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they're desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. So it's true then. The Ishgardians honestly fear that the war might rise again. Well, from here that seems rather unlikely, but if it's as urgent as they want, you've no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned guardians who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say. Keeper of the lake, now accessible, let's go! This is going to be a very, very fun stream week. Past this, we got Doom Eternal, more Doom Eternal, and more of the modded Minecraft on the server I'm playing on. Because I have finally figured out how to craft steel, which means I can make a NASA workbench and a launch pad and start building a rocket ship to get us to space. And then I can figure out how to make a base on the moon. And then we can actually just explore the moon and collect the goodies. And that'll be so much fun, just getting to go to the moon and building a little outpost there. And then figuring out how to get to Mars and Mercury and Venus and Jupiter and all that. And I still haven't decided what I want to do when I have my birthday stream later this month. Maybe party games if enough people show up. Jackbox games are always fun. Definitely some web fishing at least, because I love the web fishing, and the recent patch added stuff to the game, which makes it even better. I'm sure I'll figure out something fun to do for my birthday stream. And I'll definitely should hit affiliates before then, so I'll have an affiliate celebration stream once I hit that. 2.5 of 3 average viewers. I just need a few slightly bigger streams, and I will finally hit the goal I've had for so long. And then I can set up channel points for all sorts of silly things, and I will gladly spend countless time in Unity getting that set up, so that I can have fun little toggles and stuff and make streams even better. Because I know lots of people want to hit affiliate so they can start making money. I just want to hit affiliate so I can use channel points to do fun stuff. Money's nice, but channel points are better because that means I can have fun toggles, silly toggles. People who watch my stream can earn points and redeem them for fun things to make things even better. And that is my goal as a streamer, to just keep the fun rolling. If I'm having fun, I know my chatters are having fun, and channel points will ensure that we can both have fun. And I still owe chat a karaoke stream. Because I promised them I'd give them a karaoke stream when I had the 19-hour charity stream, because I unfortunately couldn't exist for 24 hours. Well, I think I was up for at least 24 hours by then, but I couldn't stream for the whole 24. Just because my body decided nope. So, we'll probably do maybe do a karaoke stream as my affiliate celebration once I hit that. Karaoke and web fishing, that'd be a good stream. And say no to fishing. Fishing with friends, fishing with chat, fishing with anyone. And I'll definitely be planning on getting some co-op games so I can collab with people and we could just have fun co-op streams. Like Halo, I think I have Halo 2 and 3 in the Master Chief Collection, so I could absolutely play through those with people. That would be a ton of fun. I love Halo. I haven't played a Halo game in ages, but I love Halo. Finding all the hidden goodies in the original Halo games. Trying Lasso in like original Halo, that was fun. It sucked, but it was fun. And I definitely should decide what sort of festive holiday things I might want to do for December. Maybe spice up my stream with some festive stuff. Find some festive props or toggles. And I know some streamers might be unsure if their viewers are having fun or not. I know my viewers are having fun because I'm having fun. Seeing how many people watch my VODs, seeing how many people just show up to watch the streams, just to even just banter with me. I know people are enjoying the content I'm making, especially because I'm enjoying the content I am making. And that's the primary reason I stream, because I enjoy streaming. I love to stream. I do what I love, and I love what I do. That is currently content creation. Even at times like this when it's kind of boring and quiet waiting for dungeon queues to pop. So at least we have, after this, a trial, a solo instance, and no more queues. Not until Heavensward. We can go to cutscenes, we can do quests, we can reach the end, we will reach the end before stream end. And then we will watch the Heavensward cinematic. So while we wait, let us mount our friendly little pupper. Bark, bark, bark for bark. Good doggo. Good boy. It is a doggo, specifically a big doggo. It is the Mega Shiba. Summon forth your Mega Shiva mount. Fluffy, living proof that Massive can still be adorable. And it is indeed adorable. I love that your character reacts to the dog barking and bouncing around. The devs really do put so much effort into making things amazing. Even just simple things like little mount emotes. Yeah, and like when he walks, he's just trotting along. It's so cute. And that fluffy tail, it looks like a cinnamon roll. Man, Q is taking forever on this. It's tempting to do duty support with NPCs, but that's slow. Duty support doesn't actually get to be really good until like Shadowbringers, when they first introduced it, and it was specifically tuned to make it so you could do it with NPCs and it's not super slow. Like, yeah, I'm a DPS, so it would be a little faster than if I was a tank or a healer, but it's still gonna be slow. I could just sit in queue for a little longer. Happy to just ramble on about anything and everything. As a streamer, it is my right to yap, and yap I shall. Just not too much yapping, because I don't want to make myself need to use my inhaler again. Doggo drifting, you know. Howdy, howdy, bit of joy. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Things are a little quiet in game right now, so I'm just yapping until dungeon queue pops, which should be any moment now. So we'll get some fun. I have been amazing. Currently streaming, it's just over the 4-hour mark for this stream, but it's been fun. Lots of combat, lots of good cutscene, interesting stuff. I'm having a great day so far. Especially because we are so very near. Oh, it was nice talking to you as well. I do very much like to yap, and as a streamer, it's my right to yap. The best streamers are able to yap. Indeed, we are professional yappers. Just like this doggo here is. It is a very good doggo, a Shiva specifically. It's big and fluffy and it can fly. All mounts in the game can fly, including the Shiva. Big, fluffy, flying Shiva. Good boy. I also have a bunch of balloons that can carry me around. And also Big Chungus. Very spicy, angry Big Chungus. And also this robot that can carry 2 people. And why is Dungeon Queue taking so long? This is annoying. It honestly depends on the dungeon. Dungeon queue for tanks and healers is much faster because they are the actual in-need roles. DPS is not as in need, so dungeon queues for them take longer. Like, tanks and healers can get, like, instant Q pops most of the time on anything they Q for. DPS have anywhere from a few minutes to I've been in queue for half an hour before for something. But usually it's no longer than 10 minutes at most. And this is a main story dungeon, so it really shouldn't be taking this long. Like, this is actual story content you're required to do to progress. Usually main story content doesn't take very long. This one's just taking extra long. The more and more I wait, the more and more it is tempting to just do it with NPCs and dude how slow that is. But I've waited for 20 minutes, I could wait a little bit longer for Q to pop. Because it goes much faster with actual people. But once we reach the first expansion, which will be next time I stream this game, I will be picking up my favorite tank in the game, Dark Knight, with the best job story in the game. Like, the devs did a good job on tuning the bots to be capable at fighting, but they aren't the best. They don't do the rotations the best. They're not the fastest at killing, so it goes a little faster if you're doing it as a DPS, because you can compensate for the lack of damage with your own. But it is still significantly faster to do it with people, because people do the rotations right. People will go and pull every enemy in the dungeon and melt through them. Because you can't do wall-to-wall dungeon pulls with NPCs. They don't do enough damage. They don't do enough healing. Well, while I'm waiting, I might as well go decide what attire I want to wear through to the end of the base game. Do I want to continue being an emo kid? Do I want schoolgirl? Do I want pajamas? Let's see. Oh, wait. Pajamas, I have schoolgirl, and I have emo kid. Quite like the pajamas, it's cozy. I even got like the floppy hat with the puffball on the end. And then I have cozy schoolgirl. Same Calvo schoolgirl. I've been emo kid for long enough. Fine. And then update my portrait with my current gear. There we go. Now we're ready for the rest of the game. Or at least the rest of the base game. We will get a lot more really good outfits as we go through the story. The game spoils you with outfits, mounts, minions. Here we go, Q-pop, finally, after 24 minutes. And everybody readied up, good. It is time to delve into the Keeper of the Lake and climb a dragon. A very spooky, possibly dead dragon around the wreck of an airship. Three lizards and a potato, let's go. Lizard squad, lizard squad. Oh, Final Fantasy XIV is such a good game. I've played through to the end of Post-End Walker on another character. I just decided to play through again on a new character, just to have stream content. And A Realm Reborn is still A Realm Reborn. It's slow. It's a bit of a slog for a while. But it does get faster. And with the current expansion that came out in June, Dawn Trail, they released a graphics update, so the game looks significantly better. Even A Realm Reborn looks freaking amazing. It's gorgeous. Characters, the backgrounds, the enemies, it's all so pretty. And so it actually makes A Realm Reborn enjoyable, because you get to see everything looking really good. And of course the free trial, the whole memed about free trial that did go to the end of Heavensward, now goes to the end of Stormblood. Have an entire 2 expansions of content up to level 70. The graphics update is part of the base game. It was pushed out with the game. You don't even need to own Dawn Trail, it's just base game now. They updated the graphics, and so the graphics are base game. It comes with the game regardless now. They decided the game needed a update in graphics after 10 years, and they were right. And so the old graphics are gone, the new is here to stay, and it is good. Watcha! My god! Yeah! Hi bird, can you quit moving? I'm gonna stab you. Yeah. It is an amazing game, especially once you get to the expansions. The expansions are just so good. Like Heavensward it's critically acclaimed for a reason. The story is fan-freaking-tastic. And that there is literally no time restriction on the game. You can just play to the end of level 70, the end of Stormblood, and all of that content that comes with it. I don't mind the subscription just because the game is really good and it's 15 a month. That's not the worst. Yeah, that's what the free trial is for. You get to play up to level 70 with very few restrictions on what you can do. You can play with other people, but they have to invite you into a party first, which isn't the worst, and you can't really buy in the market board, which you don't really need to shop on the market board to actually progress in the game. And you get hundreds upon hundreds of hours of content free. It'll take you not every expansion when you buy the game, so you have to buy, I believe you have to buy Endwalker and then Dawn Trail, the current expansion, but everything before Endwalker is included with it, so you don't have to buy every expansion, you just have to buy the most recent two. Which is nice. Like, if you're newer to the game, you don't have to buy 5 expansions. You just have to buy 2. And it'll take you a while to get to the end of Endwalker anyway, so that's just time for you to play through the game. And you get the money to buy the next expansion. Because they generally release an expansion every 2 or so years, 2.5 years. Yeah, A Realm Reborn stuff is going to be a bit of a slog, but Heavensward is worth it. It is so worth it. Like, this game has made me cry many times, and I am excited to get to cry on stream for my chat. To just enjoy playing through this game, getting to the emotional parts, and just cry for chat and suffer again. Like, if it wasn't such a good game, I wouldn't be playing through it entirely a whole nother time. I'm only doing this because I love the game. It is highly worth it in my opinion. And the free trial definitely will let you get a feel on whether or not you'll enjoy the game. Especially because you can play every combat class, every crafting class, every gatherer on one character, unlike WoW. You can pick up everything, level everything on a single character. It is literally crack. Maybe you want to tank content for a bit, easy peasy, or you want to just practice your healing. Just swap your healer to your level. Maybe you want to go DPS, do big dick damage, easy. The game encourages you to not need ults, because it does take just so long to get to the end of the game on one character that it's kind of pointless to try to make an ult. Like, if you can do everything on one, then what's the point of making another character? But some people do make ults just because they like having separate characters to play things on for, like, RP purposes. Like I'm doing here. Like, lots of people give their characters, like, stories, like, whole backstories and stuff, like, why they're doing the thing they're doing. Like, my first character is a cat girl, so I'm currently playing as a lizard girl. destroy that arts. Gotcha. Oh, I should check the loot list and roll on things. I forgot that there's loot being rolled for. I don't need. My gear is good. That's for tanks. That's casting ring. That's for pew pew classes. That's for casting. I don't need none of that. Combat in the game is really involved. Like, you start out with a few buttons, but like, by the time I reach level 100, I will have access to every single one of these buttons, and they all do spicy things. Lots of spicy damage in different ways, and other fun buttons to push. The game really does spoil you with giving you a lot of fun in combat. It is simple. Like, when you start out, like, yeah, it may seem kind of overwhelming with all these buttons, but you start out with access to, like, these 9. You have these 9, and a few appear by the time you're at level 50 on Samurai, which is where it starts. Like, these 6 are your main single target rotation, it combos together, and then you have 3 AoE buttons, and then you get stickers. Like for Samurai, you do your combo. It's like 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 1, 6. Each of those gets you a sticker, and the number of stickers you have gives you a different button. Set of buttons you can push. Like, 1 sticker gives you a damage over time you can stick on an enemy. 2 stickers get you a spicy AoE, and 3 stickers get you a spicy single target. And so you just do your rotation, you get your spicy button, you push your spicy button, you do your rotation again, rinse and repeat. They feed you your abilities slowly so that you can learn and get used to things. It's really nice. And like all like the job quests and stuff will teach you how to use your abilities, teach you how to do everything. Like Samurai is for the expansion Stormblood, which starts at level 60, but Samurai starts at level 50 because that's how all expansion jobs start. 10 levels before the expansion start. That way you have time to actually get used to the job, to learn its buttons, figure out how you want to set up your hotbars and everything. And for the base game jobs, you start out as a class, which goes up to level 30, and then you upgrade to a job, which is the improved version of that class. So you start out with like 1 or 2 buttons for the base game jobs, and then you gradually learn all of your spicy buttons. Yeah, so it gives you the freedom to just pick things up, see if you like it, and if you don't like it, you can just go grab another job, start learning at that, see if you enjoy it. So you're not restricted to one thing that if you decide you want to do this, but you don't like this, then you're stuck with that. Nope. If you pick something and you don't like it, you could just immediately give it up, pick something else, and go do that. Easy peasy. And there's a lovely little thing called the Armory bonus, where any job you level that is under your highest max level job, you gain bonus experience on that. Which means if you have, say, a job at level 70 and you pick up a job below that, then you will be able to just get bonus experience on that to catch up to your highest level quickly. Which is very nice. Also makes so if you have one job at the max level, then everything else you pick up to learn will just get picked up faster. Unlike WoW, dungeons don't have a lot of trash ads to kill. There's usually a few packs between bosses, and the path to the boss is straightforward. You don't have to wander aimlessly to figure out where you need to go. It's just go straight forward, clear some obstacles, okay, that's where we're going. Dunked on Dragon! Victory is ours! Victory to the lizards! I'm gonna calm. It's healing, I'm not a healer, I don't need that. And away we go.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. Speak, mortal, and I shall listen. Guided by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive. Seven children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus.
Bam.
Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble
Who you calling
creature
frail?
is not gifted, but chosen.
You're not wrong, but still.
Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
Laser! I got shot in the tits. No, my shiny pop rocks, what are you doing?
Thou thinkest me an oath breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing. Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more.
Rude. I like stuff blessing. Tiny dragon. I'll accept the tiny dragon in exchange.
The covenant binds me to thee. I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life.
Sip, sip.
When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall
I
be
like your funny
joyous.
words, Magic Man.
The dragon song heraldeth a beginning and an end.
Yay, MIDI. I get the MIDI minion. Minion Guard Stormer. I'll add you to my favorites. Ah, but you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alphino left a message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. Okay. You're fast coming up on a trial, and then very close to the end. 20 quests, literally 20 quests, and a trial and a solo instance. And the trial hopefully shouldn't take that long. Solo instance, I don't have to wait in queue for because it's solo. Lizard and their lizard friend. Praise the 12 that you are hale and whole. I came as soon as Minophilia informed me of Sir Amaric's request. You have completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it? Then I would hear your report. You conversed with Midgardstormer? I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand that the Wormlord did not perish and has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? Less a resurrection and more rejuvenation for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly, an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Amaric immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgardstormer in its entirety. You even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. For your own protection and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelations to Sir Amaric's emissary, you may leave that to me. Is there something you're not telling us, Pennifer? You seem different somehow. 'Tis almost as you were missing something important. Well, for Fen. Midgardstormer stripped you of the blessing of light? Are you alright? How do you feel? I see. It is a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgardstormer made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Fall states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Worm. Althik and Nemea, for other time and Sister Fate, decreed that Midgardstormer ever watch over the source from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods with whom he treated, but Hydaelyn herself? Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Art thou a pawn or master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal?
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Worm Lord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
The Ishgardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. Yet, regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgardstormer who roared, a call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do not but observe the situation at a distance and pray that our fears are unfounded. Ere I forget, I believe Moan Breda has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there's been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Ascians. Pray inform her that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded. Blah 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 blah. All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Ascians are next on the menu. Let's head into the solar, shall we?
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such...
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White aurosite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white aurosite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve, and I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the great river of ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, This is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arceans will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a Crystal Brave, you are yet a Scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thancred and Papalymo shall accompany you. Ida and Y'shtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white aurosite.
Thank you, Arianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
Would seem that events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The Fourth have already deployed to the area and await the arrival of the Scions. Wilbur will brief you, blah blah blah. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at our headquarters in Ul'dah. I shall take the command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing blah blah blah. You talk a lot. Your duties take you to Northern Thanalan, do they not? We two must serve Ferel's to the Rising Stones for a time. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If past events have taught us anything, then we know that Eorzea must present a united front or we shall fall. Ah, how extraordinary that my little Asili is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand at her side not only as a mother but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections, but I feel that Ul'dah has become a place of danger even for one so familiar with her streets. Woe betide the blackguard that so much glares in your direction, milady. I shall be well protected, it seems. Shall we be on our way then? Lieutenant Olivier sent word that you becoming a veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Amalja. But returning to the task at hand. The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Raubon's push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing, getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. The Garleans could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Edelstein that we might coordinate our counter-strategy. That we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. Civilian draftsmen, you see, I've come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries. These boxes contain powerful explosives. By my order, the flame stations here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we are unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. Quest. We are finally under 20. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squad's seen leaving the cast room are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They've decided to take to the field to meet this assault head-on. I have apprised your fellow Scions of the situation and am heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray report to Lieutenant Alien in Legend. Yep. 19. We're under 20. We're almost there. We're at 5 hours. We should be done by 6.5. Glad to have you with us, Panifer. As I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force from Castrum Meridianum. Their main column assembles to the north near Dalamud's Talons, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They wish you to rush forward and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilberg. Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bid you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The third was getting restless, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defenses. The reinforcements are welcome. We have enough soldiers now to divide our forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. It would be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. If there are no objections, the Scions will join the force and give battle to this main column. You're with the third, then, Warrior of Light, your job will be to intercept these squads and prevent them from reaching the plant. Okie dokie. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yu Hase. His scouts should have a rough idea where the Imperials conceal themselves. Pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the way to, Now, this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads, the better to conceal themselves as in the terrain hereabouts. Okay, split up. Seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I have to send you your own areas to scour. Okay, blah blah blah. Wander off and kill. Crush, kill, destroy, swag. Easy peasy. Don't you interrupt me, you chump. Overkill. Wacha! You seem grim, Scion. I'll take that to mean that, between us, more than a few Guardians won't be making it back to the Castrum. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I would be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another of those Magitech horrors. I'd appreciate it, but okay, talk to the Lieutenant, that's fine. Okay, quest turn in, and this will make 18 left. We are chugging along. Lots and lots of progress. What news? They're dead. I killed them all. Smile. The raiding parties are no more than excellent. The Amagina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in any immediate danger. Whew. You must be anxious for Wooded your fellows. Lieutenant Alian has reported a sound victory over the main comm and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. The Rogan lady with a large axe, 'twould appear she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but Northern Sanaline is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sort such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue on your way. Ooh, this is the trial. Last trial of A Realm Reborn. And then we will have a solo instance shortly.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know, as Urianger never tires of reminding me, an axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it,
I mean,
I
that's
came into
fair.
this
I
world
like axes
holding one.
too. Axes are cool.
And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
Ayo, let's go. Mooney's giving me a blade.
She senses me. A useful talent.
Oh, it's the nerd sounding guy again.
Hanasian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns.
God, I don't like your voice.
But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh, dear. Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee.
I don't need Hydaelyn's blessing to kick your stupid butt,
Shorn of
nerd.
light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at
Just
Lord
shut up
Zodiac's
already, nerd.
right hand.
You're even more of a nerd than I am. That's saying something.
What did that bastard want with us? Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet, unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff.
Oh boy.
Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
here. Master Louis Swall's staff is kept in the solar, isn't it? Quickly now. Oopsies.
You two!
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Moonbreeder!
You fucking bitch.
Why must you insist on forcing my hand?
I'm
Did
gonna
you learn
kick
nothing
your
from
ass.
our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you
I
have
know
for
I
it?
don't like to swear, but I'm going to kick New Borealis' sorry fucking ass.
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the
Chump.
key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
You fucking prick. I'm going to enjoy sticking this blade into where the sun don't shine.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
overpowered. Quit teleporting, you coward. I want to stab you some more. Ew, Quake, great game. Oh, that hurt a lot. So I assume we just brute force it and try not to die to meteors? Cause that hurt a lot, but we're mostly alive, that's good. Yourself Atlantic praise, thank you kindly. Back to heal. an achievement named Secret Ascian Man. Secret Agent Man. Ba 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 ba. That is the last major instance or group instance to be done. I'm gonna call solo instance and then nothing but quests and cutscenes.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
But you're not, Mooney.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually,
Not if
you
we have
will
anything to
falter,
say about
and
it,
the
prick.
staff will be mine. Until next time, Scions.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
Yeah, sucker. Get entrapped, you prick. You insufferable twit.
What? What trickery is this? No. No. Cannot.
Yeah, get dunked on, nerd.
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free. Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light. Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louis, I understand now the choice you made. In death, there is life.
Mooney, no.
Farewell, Urianger. You daft old coot.
Moonbreeder! No! You mustn't!
Moony, no.
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
You are an insufferable prick who deserves to die for what you did to Moonbreeder. Disintegrate, you fuck.
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minthelia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Ariange know?
How are we gonna tell him?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady.
Oh, we don't have to tell him, he knows.
The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louisoix. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hither to the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louisoix gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, She knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisois I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisois hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisois' wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisois' will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Never have I seen Urianger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Charlene Manor to celebrate Moonbreeder's life and mourn her passing. As Moonbreeder was a native of Charlene, I feel it is only fitting that we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? 'Tis a monument found at Rathfrost and is sacred to Thaliak, guardian deity of the City of Learning. There shall we pray for a different soul and bid her a peaceful return to the light.
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Life for death, a fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
We have said our farewells. The pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me, as antecedent, 'tis my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief you feel now is precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree? We are now on patch 2.55. The final 16 quests of A Realm Reborn. 'Tis as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many: Louisoix, Moonbreeder, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Yet who could forget Neroxia? Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of my own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Pannifer. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. Victory won, comrade lost. To honor the fallen, the living forge ever on towards the light of a new day. Have you a moment, Pennifer? I believe Ida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if she would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. Some of these will be quicker quests, some not so quick, but we have 16. 16 final quests. a single solo instance and a big cutscene. The very end. Hey, it's Pennifer, great. Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? Yeah, I know. The thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this. Which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a Moon Daisy with Rowena a little while ago and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you can maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Yeah, I'll go deal with Rowena. She's tedious. I get it. More than tedious, honestly. I'll go deal with her. Go get the flower. It's funny that my last message in chat says that's comforting, and there was nothing comforting about what's going on right now. In fact, there is absolutely nothing comforting to be found in these last 16 quests, as I know what is to come and where it is to lead us. But we press on, as always. What can I do to you for you today, adventurer? Eldritch Trinket to trade? They've got you running errands now? Them sirens really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Send in the sea every order to the bleeding market. Find you see your blah blah blah. Moon Daisy, was it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just here for the flower. Okay, well that's a cheapy dokey. I doubt that's the real one. It's probably not the real one. I assume that's just the one that I've been seeing around. I don't even know if the real chibi even plays this game. But it is interesting seeing a chibi look-alike, whether or not it is the real one running around. Anywho, let us make the flower delivery. At least this is a bit of a quicker quest. Rowena can be so annoying. She will just not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists to replace my advice with something more. What I mean to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me, so let's see it. Moonbreed, I love these things, you know? I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Why do you gotta interrupt our moment, Midgard? We're having a moment here. And you're bringing just bad news. white dragons.
Is that what I think it is?
Yeah, Ida, guess what? It's dragons. Of course it's dragons.
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
So we press on, and on, and on. As we are wont to do. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbreeda's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Curthy so soon arrived, and we must hasten to hear her report. The envoy is here. Oh, Lucia, good to see you. I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I will forego the usual pleasantries if I may. Certainly. You come with news of the Dravanians? Aye. The dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago and battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Aymeric himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. It is reinforcements you seek, then? We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Aymeric would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Okay. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three grand companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I'll gladly appeal to the grand companies, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. Very well, I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. As is only be expected, rest assured that I speak with Sir Aemeric's authority in this matter and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request, a personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgard and survived. Anything you can share of your experience, may you okay. Thank you. You wore the mantle of hero well. Okay, going to Dragonhead. The Steps of Faith. Oh great, it's you again.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken. Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Okay, you're being a prick. Okay, we've been streaming for 6 hours, 6 minutes. We should be done before 7 hours. It will. No, the final cutscene's a chunky one. Seems that with her, you two, however, arrived with time to spare, for our host is yet to make an appearance. Gates of Judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards. If our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. Well, I wouldn't say easily. Some brickhead did all the work. We need not fret over much. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. Heretic scum, how dare they meddle with our divine protections? I shall rid a nation of their blasphemy even if it means cutting them down one by one. That's the spirit. When I laid eyes upon Lady Arctard, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. It would seem the heretic struck first and most telling blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you have learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Aymeric awaits you. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed. Is she to risk direct action against the city? Come, let us do as we forbid and return to Camp Dragonhead. Okay, quick BRB. We are back. Back. Onward we press. Quests. We are now down to 14. And I have retrieved dinner, so I can eat once we get to voiced cutscenes. Tis reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames curved within my heart. You did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived and would treat with you in intercessory. Thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, we are but recently returned from the Gates of Judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alphino, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estinian! He's your dragoon! My man Estinian. Mr. Tall, Dark, and Brooding. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. An impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, yet even among such masters of the lands, Estinian is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons and may thus contend with any Travanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. So you are the adventurer of whom they spoke. I see now what my blood fair sang in anticipation of our meeting. Well, now that we have all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Iceheart's design as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. It would seem that Lady Iceheart and the Travanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg, one of the 7 great worms. His name features prominently in your nation's history, though once defeated by the hero Haldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Kurthus since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many are the scars the walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldrath plucked from the bested worm skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and the no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged a war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind can comprehend the depths of his rancor. The eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics, the dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of years, the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. That is especially true of the great worms. They who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies, 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seemed primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covered the eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem, you have described your plight in admirable detail, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. 'Tis this much I expected, unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper. However, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger and most would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Kurthis would be buried in snow and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Guardians' arrival, that is, for you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Kurthis. They would not even have to draw steel. An Imperial province sharing a border with Mordona. 7 hells. Very well, we will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now upon the matter of the roar, allow me, Sir Aymeric. Through the power of the Eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you. And the Eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the worm who roared was Nidhogg, aye. He means to hurl his horde against Danafin's collar and shout at the remaining wards to protect the city. There can be no doubt, the worm has summoned his minions to war. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity, blah blah blah. Did you see the look in his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates, I suspect the softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. If we are to aid the Ishgardians, preparations will have to be made and soon. Okay. Oh good, a nice quick little quest. Maybe this will be voiced if there's a cutscene. I'm sure there's a cutscene. And this will leave us with 11. 11 quests. And a solo instance, 11 quests, and a big cutscene. At least some of these quests will be quicker. I do not want to go on for too much longer past 7 hours. I know there's probably not too many people watching, and that's fair. It is a long stream. I don't normally do streams this long, but I am determined to finish A Realm Reborn so I don't have to do another stream. And I know it won't take me more than maybe an hour at most.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
And a voice cutscene and my food is still hot. That's annoying.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear
my
the full
food should be
force
cool
of
enough by the time
Nidhogg's
we reach
fury.
the big spicy cutscene. And that'll give me ample time to eat.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous.
I've
But I
come
pray
this
you
far,
will walk
haven't
with us to
I?
the end.
Do you really expect me to say no? Even if I am tired, I will not say no.
For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Yes, for those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
And onward we go to the solo instance. There should be a spate of smaller quests afterwards. Bum. I have bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations, with the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause. Our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for blah blah. A small matter for persuading the Alliance leaders grant such support I could leave to Alphino. You? I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies are waiting for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Kurthas. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. We brief Slaffborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Chitaru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. Here, I'll go talk to Chitaru. Got to talk to her much lately. Are rather close to Kurthas, aren't we? We'd best see to our own defense and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. Good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go. I have 101 things to discuss with Slaffborn. I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Kurthas, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately, while also see about finding room for an infirmary, as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I've returned the favor. But as for running of volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die in Ishgardian soil, and I'm certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at the siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. Somebody cast something on me, and I'm not sure what or who. Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. Well, okay then, jerk. Hello, not jerk. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to ye about. I need ye to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilbert was there with the fort that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since, have ye? I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. Around the time Wilbert stopped turning up for duty, then black market weapons went missing from her vault in Ul'dah. So now, of course, half the brave suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company is a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing as binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all, and that and the steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Willard's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Aye, so there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilred. Well, Wilred's probably dead. That's unfortunate. I liked Wilred. Volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. 'Twas to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle. Well, okay, you have a fair reason. That other chick was kind of just rude. Sell me blades to the Ishgardians? Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay my fair share if the coin was good. I'd dwarf one of them knights before, you know, watched me like a bloody hawk he did. Still, I'd put up with the worst of that for a heavy purse. Okay, we got some help. Some is good. So Ishgard seeks sell swords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of the siege, those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I pledged myself to guard Revenant's Toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do, what to do. Also fair. There you are, Pennifer. So, did you sway any hearts? Maybe two. One or two, eh? Well, add it to mine, that makes it 3 or 4, not including Slaffborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one Revenant's Toll veteran's worth a dozen clanking knights. And onward we go. Oh, I've been so caught up with recruiting that I almost forgot there's been word from Alpha now. Okie doke, off to Ul'dah. Here's 3, 4, 5. This will be 6 down, and once I finish this, that leaves 10 to go. And the next one will be the solo instance. We're fast approaching the end of A Realm Reborn. And good, because I really need a break. I'm just glad this won't be like another 8-hour stream like I've done before. And again, the next few streams will be games where I don't need to blab on constantly, which will be good. A nice reprieve from spending 6 to 7 hours talking constantly, because most of these cutscenes are not voiced. I think Heavensward has more voiced cutscenes in comparison to unvoiced. My apologies for calling you away from your task. I had hoped to proceed with the negotiations one leader at a time, but it seemed my urgent requests for an audience have prompted a gathering. Needless to say, I feel obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are ready. Yeah, sure, let's join them. Maybe this will be voiced and I can have a little bit of dinner.
We are well aware of Ishgard's
Oh,
dilemma,
good.
and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Ul'dah has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes, the free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords?
Why not? Cell swords are useful.
Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
Also, this chicken
My
Alfredo
duty
tater
is
hot
to
casserole
my
is
country
so
and
good.
my people.
So good. Definitely needed.
If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again. If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see.
Another cutscene. This one's probably not voiced. Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a Yep, of course. Cannot well abandon Lord Harshavant and Sir Aymeric to their fate. You must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as... What do you mean short-sighted? They're literally just... Their obligations are to their country first, their lands, and others second. Captain Ilbert, what news? Then the assault has begun. Move your forces into position. You will join House Durandar at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights and thin the Dravanian hordes ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. I'll have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Okay, so they didn't change this cutscene at all, or the text. Because the Steps of Faith used to be a trial, where you would go in with 7 other players, a full trial party, and fight. But it was just kind of slow and boring, so they made it a solo instance, but they didn't change the cutscene text, so it still implies that you're going into the trial, which is kind of silly. But yeah, the solo instance is considerably better than the trial because it's more involved. You do more fighting, you make it more of a difference. It's not so slow, boring. just like with the Rotathan fight, Cape Westwind, that they turned into a solo instance because the trial was the most painfully quick thing ever. You are the appointed captain of the Saltons contingent, and welcome. There is no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Giovanni skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I have assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks and... Kidoke. This is, of course, merely precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the steps of faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain. Okay, so I think it's fight these, talk to him, that might be quest turn in, then grab next quest, and instance fight. Lizard on a bike, who's he gonna kill? Who he gonna run over all of the dragons? Salt right burn, you can drag on these nuts, or lack thereof. Ah. Ah. Yeah. Cha. Pacha! Ba 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 ba. Oh no, this is a side quest. I did... Oh right, I meant to be there. Okay, I'm dumb. I am the dumb. I saw quest marker like, oh, quest marker, okay. Oh, wrong one. And so, we pass this void. This void of fog and rocks. We will do these off stream at some point, just to knock them out and be done. Hiya! 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 Wah! 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 Boink. Boink. Boink on suckers. not, so I can do this. Okay, yeah, this is quest turn in, then we pick the next, and we go to the instanced fight. Gonna kill so many dragons. The reinforcements decimated, you say? Dravanian devils, dang their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, my lady. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. Steps of Faith. It is time to beat up some dragons. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the sea of clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wars that form the barrier we call Danafin's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-stained witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm coming to those Three yet remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany your defenders gladly. My fellows, my friends, let's go. Now we're cooking. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. We could not well stand idly by while the Horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would go against all that Master Louis Spa taught us. As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it prudent we divide into two groups. Ida and I will join the rear guard. Right, if the dragon should reach us, we'll be sure to give them what for. Thank you, all of you. Pray speak with me again when your preparations are complete and we shall stand against the Horde. Bow, bow, bow. That is a big boy. A big chunky boy. He looks spicy. Very spicy. Well, let us cut him down to size. We'll be having dragon for dinner. Dragon these nuts. That's Boise. Don't stand in the front. Okay, got it. big Chungus or smaller Chungus. Gonna do my whole rotation, however meager it is. Spicy button, let's go! Up, 2, 3, 4, up, 2, 3, 4, up, 2, 3, 4. You know, that adventurer's got some drip.
Ether, to me.
Let's try Vishap Chump. Get hit the dot sucker. Yeah, this is way more involved than the old trial where you had to go and use cannons to shoot, and it was slow and tedious. Whooshah! Oh yeah, that's spicy with bloodbath. So much healing. Glad I got that off before he went invuln. Yeah, you wanna quit just dropping crap on me, sucker? Estinian, maybe. Or just Dragoons. No, it isn't Estinian. Let's go! Estinian. The Azure Dragoon. Know your place, trash. Washa! Ah, you mother fricker. I gotta do all of that again. Normally I would do it on normal, but I don't want to have to sit through all of that again. So we're going to very easy, so we could just speed. We're going to speed through this so that we're not sitting here for another 2 hours. Okay, these guys die quickly now.
Shall we? I shall make it quick.
To me!
No holding back.
Get dotted, nerd. Estinian. dragons, they are withdrawing. Victory is ours. One of Nidhogg's greatest champions, slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter, I shall slay Icehard and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. The dragons were routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Commander Levier, Pennifer, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must await to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray let us meet anon, that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. We have indeed achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And, mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Alliance once more. What have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire, but step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. As ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. Tis a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilbert. Okay, Revenant's Toll, good. We will see to informing the other nations of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Minfilia. I am definitely glad I'm taking a break from this game for at least a week. Because this stream is going on longer than I anticipated. It's probably gonna be an 8-hour stream, that's fine. Rest after. Welcome back. Alphino sent word of the siege and, of course, of the role you played in ending it. You must be worried, Pennifer, and now may very well be your only chance to... Antecedents. Or not. A messenger from Ulda arrived with a missive for you. Royal seal. Curious indeed. An invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ulnamo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ulda in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem weird to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege, you for your valiant efforts as commander of the Venturous Contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempt to rouse the city-states. Really, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? Or mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. We have scarce had time to mourn Moan Brita, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse, but I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. Of course, we'll figure. Please let me know if there's anything else I can do. They sigh. Curious, I have never known Tataru decide such requests. Could aught be amiss? The final 9 quests. We are down to single digits. Oh, Pennifer, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone, it's nothing, really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I probably talk to Minfailure before things get any worse. You always know what to say. Okay. But I didn't really say anything. Well, at least this quest ended quickly. Or will end quickly. Soon we will be at the final quest, the final cutscene, the Chonghi cutscene that will let me rest my voice a long while. Yes, Tataru, you have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, what with all the recent excitement, but Pennifer made me realize there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. But I suspect that lying about is far from your intent. There is in fact something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers in the Crystal Braves, the Scion are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Horrible and Colton Egg have been promoted from guard duty to fill our needs for competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I too should acquire the power to defend myself and others, more importantly. When I return, I should be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Oh boy. That's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by a Lollipop. I've never seen Miss Tataru so determined. Has Oppie felt with which I might help antecedent? Not at the present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Oh yes, pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol. Shh, gotta be me, of course. Thanks, antecedent, I take my leave of you. The power to defend oneself? Taro has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Arianje mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanima. Mayhap she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild of Limsa? Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? Blah blah blah, and then... I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hori the capable adventurer? Of course, go figure. Okay, be an escort for people, doing measurements. Of course I'm a pillar of strength. There's nobody else to do it. When the going gets tough, you send me, because there is no one else who will do anything that is needed. Is it true that you agree to lend us a hand? Sure. Huzzah, what did I tell you, Colton A? Our fortune has become a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the Warrior of Light herself. Need that I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? To more practical concerns, we would have you attend to the scholar charges defending the South Shroud. He's waiting at Camp Tranquil. Follow him. Okay. So we need to go to South Shroud. We need to do that, and I need to go follow up to Tara and make sure she's not going to get hurt. At last, the Science woman deigned to grace me with her presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Sure. Nag, 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 quietly, blah 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 blah. You're as insufferable as Alphino is, and I've only known you for a moment. You want me to fight quietly? Make me. You're not paying me. No one's paying me. I do this for free. So if you want quiet, go pay someone to be quiet. If you want quiet, find someone else. If you want to stay alive, I'll do that. One more place, fine. Fine, fine, fine. Nag, nag, nag. Of course. Well, at least these are level 33 chumps. Okay, good. Quest turn in. I can go bother. I can go follow the tower room. Okay, Earth's found fine. I hope you will be quick. No fighting is good. Oh. I hope I found a Wilrid. Gutted like a hog, but not by one. Not by one. No, these wounds are made of blade. You will see to the Scholar's protection. Okay, so I'm gonna go to Tar now. So I figure I'll have another quest after Chitaru. That'll take me back to there, and then I turn those in, and then I do the final quests. So off to Linsa we go. What is that? That. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. That'll be 7. That'll put us down to 6. Actually, wait. 4. That's 5. That's 6. Returning in. Once those are turned in, we'll be on to the final 4. Thank the 12. So very close. And I know the next few will be shorter, just quick little quests. And then we get to the big cutscene, and then we're done. I do need to get ready to get my meds. I do need want a stretch break. At least this one won't take that long. I remember this not being a very long quest. once everything loads. Unless the tower's downstairs, which she might be. She don't look to be up there. What are you doing here? I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Taru, shall become a great and powerful arcanist. And now, at Mistress Thurbergine's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise. You know, I might as well swap back to Summoner for this, since it is a Summoner that I started as. If it isn't Pennifer, what brings you to the goal? So you are acquainted with our newest member. An arcanist of your experience must see that her potential is somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, she would not be denied and now goes to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. Doubtless she recalls receiving similar training under Clehia's supervision. A thought occurs to me, why not oversee Tater's training yourself? Given your relationship with the girl and your familiarity with the task, I think you the ideal choice. Okay, that's Severgate. No, that's not Sever. Well, the tower's in a good mood. You gonna hurt the fluffy little rat? Oh boy. The carbuncle has wandered off. Oh, Tataru. Oh, now she's in trouble. I should have known you'd come. You needn't say a word, your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress Thurbergheim of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me. $7:45, yep, it's gonna be an 8-hour stream. But that's fine, at least we finish this little bit, then we have a cutscene. A fully voiced, long cutscene to watch. And that will be it. Back so soon? How fared our fledgling arcanist? Abysmally, Mistress Thurbergheim, abysmally, as Pennifer will testify. I was wrong to become an arcanist. Wrong as usual. I am completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill of numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. I do indeed agree. You're too kind, Mrs. Thurbergheim. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Suns without something to show for my time away. Sure, I'll follow you a little more. Costa, okay. Well, I'm gonna BRB to grab a drink. I hope we won't be here long. Oh, you're in a swimsuit. That fast? Yes, this is it. This is where the man of the drowning wench told me to look. Clam... We're going clam fishing? Because you want pearls. Okay, let me swap back to Samurai. And we will go find a clam. better appreciate me waiting for the water in my comfy clothes. Midgard Stormer's chilling on my shoulder. I love it. You're kinda ugly. Garvura? That's all I think of when I see your name. Morgura. Gargura. I ain't complaining. Gura's great. Gura's very great, even. Well, I hope you got your clam, Tataru. Oh, it's raining now. Girls, okay. Girls. Aw, that's sweet. Yeah, I'm heading back. And so I turned these two in and we progress onto the final floor. Because it is raining and I am now drenched. Tataru is friend-shaped. That's right, I said it. She's friend-shaped. We are so very nearly there. 8 minutes till it's been 8 hours. So I wager we'll be done 8.5. I forget how long the final cutscene is, but I know it's a chunky one. A heckin' chunker. Yeah, I found Ward's dead body. I've got one guess. Yeah, I found Tataru. She's fine. So recent events weigh heavily on our minds. We must needs set them aside for now. We have come to a defining moment in Eorzean history. The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard, the first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean Alliance. Failing that, it should at the very least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested Dravanians and Ascians both. Against desperate odds, we have fought and won. But the Primal still plague us, and the Empire still plots our subjugation, and our triumphs, remarkable though they are, were bought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies broken on the steps of faith, and before our eyes in this very room, our dear friend Moonbreeda. This is the victory wrought, and it is as bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it is a royal banquet and all of our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present united fronts that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. Yeah, take your own advice, Minfilia. I instructed the others to meet us in Ul'dah that we might make a grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tatar and Lamina a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. I mean, I'm sure they'd appreciate leftovers. I certainly know I would. Off to the big soiree, Pennifer? Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not? You don't look best pleased, lass. Something on your mind? Yeah, something's on my mind. I found a whirlwind. By the Navigator, Wilbrid's dead? Gods dang it, they must know they've been rumbled. I mean, sodded. 'Tis past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds are coming from. So I had to dig around on the quiet like, and sure enough I found it. Seems the fair bit of coins made its way into the Braves' coffer courtesy of a Dodo Consortium, a daft name for business if ever I heard one, which is what first gave me an inkling that something weren't right. So I went through the ledgers again and found another half-dozen donations from organizations of stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Oh, I'll give the Beastard credit. He showed us up for the amateurs we are. Sure to call into one of his businesses the bloody Bribery Consortium. I don't know what more he could have done to mock our roles and financial contributions. The gods only know how many men of the first and third are taking Telegi's coin. But now we know as some of them are a wager me right eye if they're the ones who did for Whirlwind. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions, bound to attract attention. Still, I don't see what Telegi hopes to accomplish. He hid his scheme with all the care of a drunk piston into the wind. No, he's cleverer than this, so we need to be clever too. That's the only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of them traitors B-stars from our ranks, on that ye have my word. But you'd better be safe, Riol. And Pennifer, mind yourself when you're in Ul'dah, eh? We're headed into a storm, I can smell it. Yeah, I know, it's gonna be nasty. But it can't be helped. Okay, a quick turn in. The request to go. This definitely took way longer than I was expecting, but that's fine. I am a content creator. I stream because it is fun. And even if this has been long, it has been fun. We will finally be done with A Realm Reborn, all of it. And then we will be on to Heavensward next time I stream the game. We've been waiting for you, Pennifer. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I had hoped that we might make our introductions together, but Mistress Momodi just sent word you're needed at the quicksand. Well, I'll pay Momodi a visit. I do so adore her. You will go on ahead, Pennifer. Pray join us once matters at the quicksand are resolved. Give my regards to Momodi and let her know that I will call upon her anon. 3 quests. The final 3. The end swiftly approaches at 8 hours in. I will make sure to accurately calculate how much I have left next time I stream so that I am not streaming another 8 hours. But I said I would finish A Realm Reborn, and I shall. We will do these next 2 quests and proceed to the finale. And to anyone still in with me watching, you are insane. You are as insane as I am. And I commend you for that. I appreciate you dropping in on such short notice, Pennifer. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with the Crystal Brave by the name of Alliane, aren't you? Former adventurer, come to think of it, I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. Well, she came around for a meal not long ago, and before she left, she asked me to give you a message. Said if the others ended up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the Coffer and Coffin. There's something I must show you. Short message, I'll grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched her food too. Under other circumstances, I'd have thought there was signs of a troubled heart, but something tells me she ain't planning to ask you your thoughts on a gentleman caller. And in wise words I once read, a burden shared is a burden had, a joy shared is a joy twiced. Well, it is fitting that it is raining as we approach the finale, because it's going to get depressing. As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon, the ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to file by your mind's eye in solemn procession. Pennifer, is that you? What brings you out this way? You... I don't like you. I know I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee we'd have crossed paths. I must have passed the spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city's environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? Something's fishy. I don't trust you, Laurentius.
O Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
So she wasn't there, but this was, eh? Looks to me like an alchemist vial, but beyond that I can't say. Might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long, and when she does, we'll soon find out what this was all in aid of. Besides, you got more important things to think about. Okay.
You needn't trouble yourself so. Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light. I am.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, Antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now, but I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty warrior of light box the ears of all concerned.
Your trusty warrior of light?
She will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand
I
required
belong
her
to
attention,
no
but it
one.
did not sound serious.
I belong to myself. We're fucked, man. We're screwed. So let's get into it. Nothing good's gonna come of this. It is time, chat. It is at last time.
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived. Pray, come in and take your ease.
Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words after the fact.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of Her Grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
Very well.
Is aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon. You wished a word, Yu Hase?
You may go. Your Grace. You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion. I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy. You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate. 'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few. Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me? I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
Your Grace!
You little shit.
Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead. Poison in her wine? You did this!
The fuck I did.
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance. I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
Okay, the Engie face stays on for the rest of this.
Barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
I always hated you, you Hase, you fucking prick. You rotten little potato.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away!
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
As have I.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us, now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthis. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
Yeah, fuck you too, Earlbird.
This woman stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamu ul Namo and is suspected accessories to the crime. All members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand
Fuck
further
you.
proof, a vial with traces of the
And
substance
fuck
used to
you
poison
too,
her Grace
Teleji,
was
you
found upon
fucking
the assassin's
shitter.
person.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded her Grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh yes, I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands. Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead. Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be. Animal. No!
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you. It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
Fucking bitch.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say Her Grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
What?
Burn in hell, you fucking asshole. Drop fucking dead. You deserve worse. Bitch. Well, that's enough swearing out of me for a day. But the angry face remains.
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow Syndicate members. You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
You're next, you scheming bastard!
about being disarmed.
Raban!
Seven hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter. Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
Okay, one last swear. Bitch. And we're done.
You die!
Yeah, kick it over. Kick his butt.
I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
Ah, there you are.
Thancred, where have you been?
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share Pononimo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe is thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papa Shan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Animo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel. It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
The rest of you go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papalimo!
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now! Find this tunnel of Thancreds.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
Now look what you've done.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
This is so stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
sorry I dragged you into this, Papalymo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
Heck yeah, get a power up. You're going Super Saiyan.
Let them have it, Ida!
I was hoping you'd say that.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
This way! Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two, go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends.
Leave us!
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance? Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
'Tis done! Forgive me, Mitra.
Farewell, Infant.
speaks to me. No. I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me. Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness. Tis the only way.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others? Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some moms between us and Ul'dah.
Well, would you look who it is? Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
Howdy, howdy, welcome in. We indeed vibin'. It has been almost 9 hours, but we are finally almost completely done with A Realm Reborn. Whew, boy.
I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Ul'dah and likely needed a helping hand getting away. Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were. Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
And who might you be, young sir?
Pippin Taropin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames. I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Uldar. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monitarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Aldin's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Uldar that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end, 'twas I who needed saving.
And the soldiers will keep searching for a while yet. Reckon we'll take the carriage back towards Ulda and get the lay of the land. Okay. You three wait here. Help will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight's to come. All right, let's go. Yeah, that is quite a long cutscene. The most unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. That fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he lent us aid without a moment's hesitation or any hint of concern for his own safety. Though I can well imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Father spoke often of you, Panaher, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not at all how I envisioned it. Master Alphino, you must not give in to despair. That would only play into our enemy's hands. So long as you and Panaher are free, we may still set things right. Forgive me, Marshal Tarufin, but Alphino, my boy, sorry to keep you waiting. Cid! My man, Cid. Cid, what are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire as usual. Your merchant friend told me everything. Truly? Then he is no merchant, but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how do you intend to bear our friends to safety? I hate the Enterprise, but a short distance away, all I need is a destination. We must find a place beyond the reach of both the Monitorists and the Crystal Braves. Curse this. Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces in their territory. That settles it. With me, everyone. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Ul'dah to the Monitorists and their cronies. You may be certain that they will seek to defame you, both here and in the other city-states, but know that I shall do my utmost to thwart their every effort. Frankly, I do not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily on the Warrior of Light and her allies, no matter what the Monitorists claim. Marshal Tarvin, I know not what to say. Now that father would labor to believe, but enough talk. You must go, Master Alphino, your airship awaits. Up. There's no rest for the righteous. We should make for Camp Dragonhead and speak with Lord Harshaphant. Mayhap he will know what to do. Master Alphino told me your tale, Pennifer. It warms my heart that ye should turn to me before all others, and I shall endeavor to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence. It would be best if I explained in full. Final quest of A Realm Reborn. The final quest. It has been 9 hours and 5 minutes.
There has been word from the
We are
capital.
here.
Ishgard has weathered another assault, and 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The Temple Knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert. How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Uldar, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies.
Do not despair. You are the best, Harsifant.
You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts.
You are
the falling snow,
deserving of best boy. Always.
All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Forton. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor. Agents of Uldar will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
The final cutscenes of A Realm Reborn. Alphino, Pennifer, is it really you? Don't cry, Tataru. I tried contacting Minfilia and the others, but no one would respond. And then Crystal Braves, our own people, turned on us in the marketplace. Flamine told me to run, and so I did. I ran and I ran until my lungs burned and my feet ached, but I lost my way, and then... Fortunately, I had observed some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. Yugiri, unmasked. You're so pretty. Yes, my mask. It was lost in the struggle. You're prettier without the mask. So very pretty. Anyway, after Yugiri found me, we traveled to Vesper Bay and met up with Urianger. When he told him what had happened, he used his magics to weave a glamour around the waking sands. From the outside, our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. The transformation didn't take long either. Apparently, Urianger started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, eh? Sorry, where was I? Oh, yes. So we waited there at the Waking Sands, hoping others would come, but no one else did. My people are searching for the other scions even as we speak, but we have had no success as yet. I had hoped that you might be able to suggest further places to look, but you should know, the Rising Stones do not share the Waking Sands' good fortune. Only Crystal Braves await you there. Be that as it may, we have cause to hope, do we not? If the two of you escaped, it is not impossible that the others could have done so as well. You may have been forsaken by men and women believed true, but rest assured that the people of Dome yet stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repay our debts and shall continue our efforts to locate the others and see the Scions restored to their rightful place of honor.
"'Tis all my doing. I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eorzea's woes, and look what that arrogance has wrought. I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves and even the Scions themselves as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod. The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve? Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee? Oh, yes. I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos. 'Twas all but a means to feed my own vanity. Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
Oh, Alphino.
So, Master Alphino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Alphino, if I may? Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard. Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orchefon. 'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians. The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity. Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
I would sit through the credits, but I've been at it for 9¼ hours now.
All has been arranged as you desired, my lord.
Realis is no more. The order was not his to invoke, his demise was of his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They have extinguished that which should rightly be eternal. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken, greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. The northern lands, then? The earth is fertile and the seeds well sown. By my will they shall reap salvation unlike any the world has known. By his will. By his will. And what are you doing, Urianger? I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak and make thine intent known. I would speak of fate, Archon. Yours, mine, the fate of this very star.
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond. Delusion, despair, death. Thou shalt find naught else here.
To preserve the dawn's light, the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope and eyes fixed heavensward. Let's go! It has been 9 hours and 20 minutes, but we are finally finished with A Realm Reborn. That took longer than I was expecting, but we are done. We are finally done. And so, tomorrow I will be streaming again, not Final Fantasy. It'll be down for maintenance anyways for the big patch on Tuesday, but I will be playing Doom Eternal instead. A nice, less talkative reprieve. So until then, as always, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, and remember, Big Sis loves you always.